participants. Hello, Mr. Robin. Oh, looking south. Spica.
Fogger still smells so good.
Yeah, well,
I should give it one.
it actually works for keeping the bugs away. It's one of those things. Did you see the inside of this chart?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, this is what.
I mean, I glanced at it, but I'm like, I don't know what this means.
Well, here we're facing south,
Okay.
and if we look up,
Oh, I can see like, oh man, that's crazy.
that's yeah. Well, here's a little bit of explanation about this main lens that's on the outside. That's basically an objective lens. It's more or less a piece of plate glass with some curve on the end to try to focus the thing.
Okay.
The mirror that you see in the back is the primary mirror, and its job is basically to focus it onto a secondary mirror that sits on the back of this piece.
Huh.
And that piece, the secondary mirror, focuses it to the hole in the back of the telescope.
Okay.
So the primary has got a hole in it. This has got an obstruction. So it's like, yeah, you lose a little bit of the aperture, the opening on the end.
Yeah.
But you end up with this is the equivalent of roughly, I think it was like 6.5 feet worth of telescope that fits in maybe 18 inches.
That's awesome.
So the focal length is actually very long. It's an what they call it, F10 is the focal designation. Inside of this comes apart. These little set screws here, you can take it apart. And those, basically, you can take that out, and there's a focal reducer in there that reduces the focal ratio down to f6.3. And what that does is effectively shorten the focal length by roughly a third. And so with a long focal length, you need longer exposure times because the light takes longer to get down.
So if you're doing like the moon or something real bright.
Right, moon, planets, it doesn't matter. This is actually what they call a planet killer telescope because it hones in and it takes great pictures. It doesn't get overexposed as easy because it takes more time to develop. For finding deep space stuff like we're going to try, it's actually a lot tougher to do because it's the focal ratio. With the focal reducer in there, you can do it. That's F7 is the bare minimum, so this is just sneaking under that. There are F5 and other things to shorten it. There's another gizmo called a hyperstar that I take out that secondary mirror and replace it with basically a camera mount. And I put my camera right on the front of the telescope and eliminate all this whole bag. I just seal it off the back end entirely because it's bypassing all of that. So it only uses the central and then
it comes
the primary mirror and goes back to the hyperstar.
This gives you so many options.
Yeah. Now hyperstar is about $1,000.
Wow.
Because there's a very high quality lens that's in there. Wow. But that reduces the focal ratio down to f2.2, which is considered very fast.
Huh.
And so it means I can take a minute worth of exposure is equal to 10 minutes of exposure with here, which my mount is not capable of doing.
Right.
One of the tests I want to run tonight is like, how long can I expose before I start getting smearing of the stars?
Because it's rotating.
Because this tracking is not perfect because it's going on 2 axes. This is what they call an altizimuth altitude mount. So just like a land-based telescope, and this is still land-based, it has to go up and to side
Oh.
to track the stars as they go across the sky. The other type of mount is what they call an equatorial mount, which you align it. The mount itself has this tiny telescope that points toward the North Star, which you find the North Star in the sky, align it on that, and then from that point on, you're essentially aligned with the Earth's axis. And when you do that, you only need one motor to run at a constant speed. Motors are generally good at keeping their speed, and you end up with much more accurate tracking that way.
That's cool.
Now, this scope and mount are not really optimized for doing that kind of work.
But, hey,
this, because I spent extra money on this particular mount, this one tracks good enough that I have not gotten any smearing, and I've captured some pretty dark sky objects.
really?
Which you can go to the Orange Can Astronomy page on Facebook. Just look up Orange Can Astronomy.
That's
on Facebook,
awesome.
you'll find the page. It's got photos of all the stuff I've done, posts and jibber jabber about all the shit I've done with this thing and setup from day one, pretty much.
Wow.
But some of the moon images, if you look on a computer with decent resolution, it's amazing. I think the one I did on the June 2nd, and it's probably like a June 3rd or 4th posting. But that was the last time I was out. I did moon shots.
Orange Can Astronomy. Where is it? On
Facebook.
On Facebook. Right?
On Facebook.
I see it. Okay.
And as I expected, nobody's on. So it's a Sunday night.
Yeah.
School night, I guess.
I guess technically.
But as soon as I see any
Oh man, yeah. That's
clue
cool.
of a star, that's Saturn, yeah.
Yeah.
And that I took with the cheapy camera that I had, not the good cameras. I haven't taken any planetary stuff with the good cameras yet. I got the DSO camera, which is the model number is a 294. So I got the 294 in, I think, October. I only had like 1 or 2 viewing sessions, and it was just amazing. Yeah. I mean, it was as easy as taking a snapshot of getting pictures of that stuff. So
Yes. That's cool.
that's what I needed. And then the planetary camera I got in February, and June 2nd was its first light. So this
is all real fresh.
Both these cameras I'm relatively new at, but I got a good feeling for the 294. I think I used it a couple of times.
Yeah.
That's the one. If you see in the page, there's a movie in there of the space station going across the full moon.
Oh.
And I caught that with that camera. The problem with that camera, it's very slow taking pictures. It only does, I think I was getting about 15 frames a second.
Okay.
So I got the space station only took about a second and a half to go across the face of the moon. So I got about 15, 16 frames.
I see. I see your blog spot. Orange-can.blogspot.
Yeah, that's old.
Yeah. Oh, maybe the Facebook. Yeah.
The Facebook moves, and I really should try to take that blogspot thing down. I don't think it gets any traffic anymore. I'm going to try this again just because I'm anxious to get going. There should be a star somewhere up there. I mean, it doesn't take much with a telescope. It'll pull it in. We may not be able to see it. So let's give it a whirl. What can it hurt, right? But I used to rely only on the battery here, and it's like after a while I was like, I just don't care.
Yeah.
I'll plug everything in as long as I'm here in my driveway. It's good. My father-in-law had a wonderful place up north. Oh God, look at that. My hockey pucks are tipped. Oh well, I'll leave it for
She's
now.
going up.
Yeah.
Well,
it's looking for the 0 spot at this point. Let's take that off. That's going to cause problems. That's the only thing I learned. I don't know. I think the first time I did the big cam, I was like, that's a problem.
That's a problem.
Because a cam, everything hit this wall. It's like, I cannot align with that camera on here.
Oh yeah.
And I could use one of the smaller cams to do it.
Yeah.
But like the focal point is different on all of them. It's kind of crazy.
Huh.
But I love this mount. It's a wonderful piece of equipment. And the tracking that it does, I've seen guys, they seen the pictures and all that, and they said, "Wow, that's a great scope." And they asked me what my equipment was naturally, and I tell them it's like, "Oh, it's a scope's an 8-inch SCP. The Schmidt Cassegrain is the type, and it's on an Ioptron AZ Mount Pro." And AZ, wait a minute, is that an Alpha Zenith mount? Yes. You took that picture with a fucking AZ mount? It's
Yeah.
like, well, yes, I did.
That's wait, so how does that?
And I'm pushing as hard as I can on that mount.
Are
Because
you ever going to upgrade to something else or what?
at some point, the picture quality is going to be crappy enough, whereas my skills at processing and stuff are going to exceed the mount.
Yeah.
And then I'll
Then
probably,
it'll be time to upgrade again.
yeah, but I'll have to find the North Star, which
Yeah.
in this location is going to be kind of tough. Vega. I might actually be able to see Vega.
Vega, yeah, Vega was over there. I think
Yeah.
is where it was trying to get last time.
I think it's still seeing through trees. Yep.
I'm gonna check on that receiver that you gave me, because it's actually still in the fan. I wanted to start shopping and see
Oh yeah.
if the bookshelf speakers I want for it.
Sure. There's lots of extra time here, so don't feel shy.
You know what, Jeff? You know what this reminds me of?
Yeah.
Fishing. You know, when we're fishing for stars, you know.
Yeah. We still got to wait a little
Fishing
more.
is one of those fishing and hobbies like it are just like one of those cool hobbies where like, yeah, there's something going on, but like it's not so involved that like you can't just like shoot the shit and just hang
Well,
out.
here's the thing.
That's what I love
This part
about
of it, a lot of it is just sitting around waiting for stuff to happen. There's a lot of freezing to death when you're in October, November.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, like right now, it's probably 65 or something. This is quite comfortable. But in the middle of July, I was out looking at Mars, and I mean, it's 75 out the entire night. I had to go back in, get long pants and a jacket. Why? Because what's your body temperature?
Oh, because 98.6. Yeah, so
Yeah.
like you're just standing still.
If it's below 98, you're going to lose body heat. And
Good point.
over several hours, guess what?
Yeah, because you're
You
burning
get
enough
cold.
calories. Yeah.
You're not burning enough calories to keep yourself warm. And you know, the lower the temperature is, the faster that comes about. So it's fun that way. Yeah. There was a night, I think it was maybe 50 degrees out, and I was getting out like ski pants or snow pants and my heavy duty winter jackets, and I had a rabbit skin hat, and everybody's looking at me, it's like, are you out of your mind? It's not that cold out. And it's like, well, here's the thing, you know, you lose body temp over time. Like, oh yeah, I know, but you know, put on a light jacket, you'll be fine. Yeah. Okay, you know, and it got down to about 45 that night. Yeah. And my father-in-law came out, and he was just in shirt sleeves because it was, you know, still 50, 55 or something else. And he was out there for about 15 minutes, and he's like, you know, man, I'm getting really cold. I'm going to go in. He's like, now, I'm sitting here in all my snow pants and gear. It's like, you know, I'm toasty warm and very comfortable. I could be up here for hours.
Yeah.
And there's a side story that stuff tends to be waterproof as well.
Oh yeah.
If you get a nice damp, like a moist night in you know, upper Michigan, you got a dew point that if the temperature goes below the dew point, it'll be like it's raining.
Yeah.
I've had times where I like to left the telescope out and just put a cover over it. It looked like it rained. I swear to God. Wow. And there's times that I've even had it out like this, and everything's just soaked.
Yeah.
And like tonight is relatively dry. I checked the dew points, and we're going to be at least 15 degrees away from the dew point. So
it's like whatever, no big deal.
This is dry temperatures. I'm not going to have any appreciable dew.
Yeah.
If it does, you
Like
know,
whatever.
that's why it's like the dew shield I brought out was like, well, it doesn't seem that bad out right now. It's still not finding anything. Pretty soon there should be something showing up though, because the sun's gone down. So
Yeah.
we are now officially at night. But there's this. They got twilight and astronomical twilight, and I mean, total dark and all that shit. Like you can see stuff before then.
Yeah.
Tonight's going to be a very dark night because there's no moon out. And, you know, the only thing you're going to see is light from Detroit and Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
But But pretty soon here, we should be getting a star.
Well, I'm shopping for speakers for that
Yeah.
receiver you got me. If that thing is so dang powerful, Jeff.
Do you know what the wattage is on it?
Well, I don't know, but it says power consumption 5.5 amps, which is like 650 watts.
Yeah.
Like the whole thing. So, damn.
Yeah, I don't know what the speaker output is though. So.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how many you hook up to.
Well, that's true. It can probably drive.
I mean, if you have like 650 watts total power, spread that over, you know, five speakers on a sub, then that's like 50 to 80 to 100, you know, per speaker. So that sounds right. But I just want to do it just for bookshelf speakers, and I don't know if I'm gonna blow them up or not.
Well, I wouldn't think so.
I wouldn't think so either.
I mean, unless you want to turn it up to full, okay, you can blow it up.
I mean, like, yeah, you can blow out a speaker, but like, it's gonna be so dang loud before you blow it out.
Yeah, you'll
like,
know.
You're gonna hurt yourself before you hurt the speaker. So it's like, I don't think it's gonna be a problem.
Probably not.
But I don't know. I got a buddy of mine, good buddy of mine, who like, he's a like safety engineer at Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
So he's an aerospace dude, but he also like does like speaker installs for cars just for fun. So he's gonna like hook me up with a nice speaker system in my car because like I've always had crappy audio, and I'm like, I love it. But first I wanted to like get his advice on like, I need a bookshelf speaker system. You know, and I have like a good one because I have a crappy knockaround one in my shed that was $50, but this one is like so much nicer. I'm like, okay, now I'm gonna splurge a little bit on some nicer bookshelf speakers.
I should probably.
But I'd like to make some towers. Would be nice.
I should get a picture of it while it's still sort of light.
Oh yeah,
I'd like you in it. I haven't got a recent picture of this thing. So many inputs.
How's it going?
No alignment stars yet. It's not quite dark enough.
Dan's got a fire going.
Yeah, I heard him. I heard him whooping it up over there. So.
I'm checking out this. I'm finally checking out the receiver that you got me, and I'm gonna buy some speakers with it.
Yay! Yeah, I don't have my goofy head on.
That's all right.
It's usually
I
filled
gotta
with,
have this goofy enough for the two of us.
well, it's filled with bug spray and everything. So it's
Oh
like
yeah,
bug spray and lawn sweat.
my new band.
Bug spray and lawn sweat. She's not taking a picture
No,
of
she
us
doesn't
at all.
care about us at all.
No.
Well, I'm trying to get like this open as a third person.
Oh.
You want me to turn it on? You see the little glow.
This is a very chill hobby.
Well, it is right now.
Yeah.
Wait till there's stuff to do.
Stuff to look at.
And you work the capture software,
Also,
the game.
lonely. Unless you're a bar person who likes to stay up until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning.
I do like to stay up and party, but I'm like, I'm sleepy today.
I thought you took a picture of us.
Yeah, but I'm just getting the two of you now.
Just the two of you.
Nice.
It's a good one.
Oh, look at that. Look at us.
Come on. Anytime. Anytime. I just keep looking at it. Now, is there any speck anywhere?
Yeah.
Even the dimmest speck,
Oh.
this thing will.
Oh. Is that a plane? Where is that?
Right.
Oh.
there. You're right. That's a star.
Nice. Got him.
I get a picture of you.
Look at
Well,
that.
let's try. That's directly overhead is where the atmosphere is the thinnest. So.
Oh. It doesn't look like it's moving, but it is twinkling. Is it phasar maybe? I don't know.
No. Twinkling means there's activity in the upper atmosphere.
Oh.
Where?
Directly overhead.
Oh, yeah, I see it. It's You just lost it again.
Yeah,
It's
I
still
know.
really dim.
Yeah.
But that's bright enough for a telescope to pick up.
Yeah, I lost it already. I like going
I know, I did too. There it is.
I was like back here, I could find it easily.
Let's see if that one's visible. That means the others are
Does
visible.
Dan know you got the
Oh,
scope
there
on?
it is. I don't know why it's easier to find back here.
Plug rushes to the back of your head.
We're all walking around like, oh, good.
No. Well, they probably won't like that stars and alignment star directly overhead.
Oh.
It might work.
I mean, that's one.
I don't know what that
Here,
was.
I saw one over here.
That one's bright enough for it should be a fairly major star.
Yeah, it's pretty bright.
What's the page? This is where Sky on Telescope. These are real broad. That's Arcturus.
Arcturus?
Yeah.
Is that the Wolf Star? Not Sirius.
That's the one that is Arcturus from the Big Dipper.
Oh.
That's
Do you
weird.
know most of your neighbors around here?
Well, these two are the ones that I don't really give a crap about. That one across the street, I know the neighbor, and we know one down the ways. And we've met a few here and there, but
It's a cool neighborhood.
it started with Vega.
I like Vega a lot.
Yeah, well, there's a list of stars it likes.
Ah.
Let's see if Vega's beyond the trees.
What's going on over there?
Nope, tree.
Well, it depends on which way the wind is blowing. When it blows to the north, all we hear is highway.
Oh, bullshit.
What? All right, I got stuff in the oven. I gotta get back downstairs.
Synced.
Yeah, I'll join you for a minute.
It's warmer.
I know. I was like, let me warm up for a minute.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be
Give
back.
up on me.
I'll be back in a minute.
Literally, I mean, it won't take long. It'll be there. It's something that's over in this region. Right. Like, still nobody there. Nobody cares. Yeah, not really able to see much. He's gonna lose interest. No. but I got a couple of perspectives that I think I'm just about able to see. There's something that should mention the in your eye you've got rods and cones. The rods are not good at low light. That's what you see color with.
Right.
The cones, or maybe it's the other way around. Its cones are good at color.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And rods are
good
much
at
more sensitive,
light.
but they're only black and white.
And like some are one's good at motion and one is not.
Yeah.
I can't remember all the details.
Well, with the cones, that's pretty much what you're using in astronomy. So sometimes if you're trying to look at an object, it's best to point your eyeballs
Just
there.
a little bit off because
And-
your center, your
Right.
rods are here and your cones are.
And that way you look with the portion of eye to be able to detect it. They call that averted vision.
Huh.
And it's absolutely true. If you're, especially if you're, just naked eyeball looking.
Yeah.
If you need a blanket or something, I got something in the van.
Yeah.
Wool
I
blankets and
have a
shit.
blanket in the van too. I'm just kind of.
But I'm
chilling.
I'm just about to. I like every now and then I see a speck that, oh, is that it? And then I look for it and I can't find
so
it.
bright, but it's too high, huh?
It's not finding it in the database because it's right overhead.
Yeah.
You're trying to align for an angle like this, and if it's right over there, then you could get all kinds of wobbles and inaccuracies. So
We're waiting for one of the lower ones.
we're looking for,
Might
and
take another 20, 30 minutes.
the next bright one is Spica, which should be like in this area. So it should be just basically south of Arcturus and a little bit to the west. I don't know my constellations worth shit, so that's why some of the astronomy guys are going on and on about it's in the southern portion of Sagittarius. And I'm like, man, I don't know where the fuck that is.
I have no idea.
Let me look at my star chart here. And and they're visual observers. They've been a lot of these guys in the club. I mean, they're 65, 70 years old, so they're old.
Nice.
And there's me and Adrian Bradley, Brian Autumn, I think is about my age. I mean, there's a handful of guys that are not retired for 15 years.
Yeah.
And admittedly, it's like, this is a hobby. You sort of can't hold a regular job or have one that's at least flexible.
Yeah.
Like I can sleep till 9 and it's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to tell the truth, the work at home, I sleep later now than I used to because frankly, if I get to work by 10, that's about when I was doing anything productive. Anyway.
Yeah. So like whatever.
So now I wake up whenever 8:30, 9 o'clock. Get ready, get yourself a bowl of cereal, read a chapter in whatever book I'm reading, and then mosey down and start work, which may or may not begin. I don't care. I still get lots done in the afternoons.
Yeah.
And sometimes I find myself working till 5:30, 6 o'clock. One day I worked till 7. Now, I never did that before.
Yeah.
Never.
Ever.
So,
But quarantine.
yeah, if you're here, it's like, wow, there's not much to do.
Yeah, I was working a ton, like my first month. I was working like way too much actually, just because I was bored. But
What are you going to do? I mean, this is what I got to do. I can make use of the time. With programming, you tend to, once you kind of hit a vein or, you get into a routine, you're really kind of making progress and you're just chewing away at it. You hate to break the momentum. So, and I like finishing off on, nice, easy spots where I can make a break for a day or a weekend and come back to it without any problem.
that's why I'm gonna switch to 410s, I think, instead of 5/8 for quarantine, because I tend to get more momentum if I'm working by myself on detailed stuff. If I have a longer shift,
I'm going to try again, see what we get.
and then after that, I tend to like be able to chill out more because I'm able to like work and get more done during the 4 days, but then I also have a full day off.
Yeah.
And all I have to do is stick around for extra 2 hours, which is probably something I'm gonna end up doing anyway. So it's like whatever.
Well,
Who cares?
I assume you're exempt, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the exempt thing, it pretty much allows you to play a little loose with the hours.
Yeah.
You're task-based rather than hours-based.
Yeah.
And I can see where, if you're user support, yeah, you're on hours.
Yeah.
There's no two ways around that.
Yeah, but for a
Right.
design manager, it's really just like,
Well,
are your projects managed? You know what's going on.
this is one of those areas where the federal law is like, I think they got it right.
Yeah.
Creative people who are managers or whatever, issues will come up no matter what time of day it is. And sometimes it's appropriate to, address those things at that time.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. Oh, there's Micah.
Oh, I see it. You're right.
Yes.
Huh.
We have a candidate, and that should be good enough. It's a little windier than I wanted, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
And off it goes to Vega. Boy, it likes Vega. Let's see if we can hit Spica. If not, I'm just going to try. It's like, let's try a 1-star alignment, and we're going to go for Spica. I mean, it knows where it's at on Earth and in the sky, so.
Yeah.
Where are we going? No. There we go. It's in the middle of the tree. No more alignment stars. You shithead.
Are you sure?
Okay. Alignment. 1-star. We'll try 1-star. Arcturus. No. Vega. Spica. Thank you.
Ooh, here she comes.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you just got to do things manually. And that's a good star to use because it's about, 45 degrees up. So,
And it's visible.
and yeah. It's kind of way off too. That's why the alignment's kind of important. Arrow keys to center target. Yep, you better believe it. So you look through the
So you look through the viewfinder there?
there's a little red dot which looks like my battery is. It's kind of heading south.
Huh.
That's okay.
Huh.
9.
Take a look here.
Yeah, you have to line up your eye to the sky. See a little red dot in there?
Nope.
You
I
have to look perfectly straight.
Okay, hold on.
It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it really is. But I did see the red something.
Yeah, it's in there.
Oh, there it is. But it's like way down here. I don't know. Anyways.
Well, I want to point it over there. So you can use this thing to basically slew the scope to where you see the star.
Huh.
Where'd the star go? There's your star. Where's the damn red dot? Can't see the damn red dot. Oh, there's a red dot. And you can basically change the speed and reduce that a little bit. It's a little fast. There's your red dot, and there's your star. It comes down. Okay. Hang that up for a second. And of course, the telescope is set for cameras. Basically, the primary mirror I have to back off for focus. And this will be good enough. You can look and see the star in there
Cool.
now.
Now, do I take my glasses off, or what, does it matter?
Doesn't matter if you can see it with your glasses on, but
Okay.
just
I see like a build dot here. Oh
it's gonna be a
yeah.
bright little dot.
Whoa. That's really bright.
Isn't that amazing?
That's really bright, actually. No, like that's because like I look here and I'm like I can barely see it. But I look in here and it's like a diamond. It's like boom.
Yeah, they're very brilliant.
That's really
Every
brilliant.
star looks exactly like that, but it's just a matter of how bright.
Huh.
So stars look big or small, like that one looks a lot bigger than the other ones. Like no, they all look like that in here.
Huh.
So now I'm going to center this thing. In the eyepiece, which that's the reason I use the ultra zoom eyepiece, because I can see how far away from center it is and all that a lot easier.
Huh. Nice.
And that way you get a good alignment. Getting a good alignment is really important.
Yeah.
It's the best thing you can do. Okay. And say enter. Da, 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 da. Okay, it's aligned. So now it will track Spica until the end of the Earth.
Cool.
The second thing I'm going to do is to do what they call a Batnoff mask to adjust the focusing. And I'm going to do this with an eyepiece just for demonstration purposes.
Okay.
So you can kind of see what a Batnoff mask does.
Yeah, because you said it like doubles the.
Now, this here
Or am I
will
thinking
basically
something
help us focus.
Oh, okay.
Now, it's got Spica in view.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look, wow, focus is actually pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So look at right now, it's like you'll see around, there'll be like an X with a line through it.
Yeah.
The mask creates that effect. Now, if we get it
Whoa.
in and out of focus, you'll see the lines move around. Let me get it out of focus for a second.
Mhm.
And you'll see the line go off to the left. Which your eyeball, it's kind of hard to stay that steady.
Huh.
If I had the camera hooked up, it'd be real clear.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
But see, this is how you can say, well, it's in focus. So if you move that line so it's in exactly in the center,
Mm-hmm.
you'll know that everything is cool.
Nice.
And in the camera, it's sensitive enough where the fine focus is even more important. And you can use this mask to get exquisite focus control.
Yeah.
Now see there, it's in focus again.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And when you take off the thing, all the objects will look decent. And
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah.
Cool.
You know, snowflakes or roses will fall from the sky, etc.
Yeah.
But we just keep that guy handy because we'll put the camera back in. We'll want that. So now,
Wild.
let's see if we can find anything else that's relatively bright so we can eyeball some stuff.
I mean, you could eyeball Arcturus, I guess, but it just looked like
It
looked just like that.
It's going to have a different color, but we can go to Arcturus.
I mean, I don't know. Who knows?
Here this is the cool part. Select and slew. Now that I'm aligned, and you notice it's staying on Spica. It's you can hear the motors running.
Yeah, it's like moving.
And we'll say stars, name stars, and blah blah blah.
Something like AR.
Yeah. It's got some 100,000 or 400,000 objects in here, so there's.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy.
There's Arcturus. So now we find Arcturus, and it's like I want to go there.
Boom.
And down it goes. And that should hit
just
it
be
right on the money. Hopefully it's right in the center.
Nope. I don't see anything.
Yep.
But you know, whatever. I mean, we can just go to deep space. I'm
Well,
just
I know,
like,
but
well, that's the only thing I can see.
that means the alignment is kind of crap. So. I don't know. Let's go to 6. I can't remember which direction it's going to need it. Sometimes it takes a little, a second alignment even.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't take but one field of view for it to be off. There are more stars out now, though. Wow. I mean, I'm sure it got close. Let's see what the.
It's just so bright now. I don't see any other stars. Oh, man. I don't see any other stars other than those two. So.
Well, in the telescope, I'm seeing other stuff. It's still pretty light out. There's a star over there too. I don't know which one that is. That's one of the ones that wanted to see. Let's see. If I go. It's a dim one, but Arcturus is fucking bright. I mean, that should fill the eyepiece pretty clearly with a bunch of stuff. Now, I will say, when it's directly overhead, there is some accuracy issues. But Arcturus is a hard one to miss. Oh, that's, well, let's see how it does with Spica. Probably real quickly. Jeez. Oh, you just hold the button. Isn't that nice? Let's see, going back to Spica. And sometimes what you can do is do what they call a sync to star. And it'll reset its things like you did an alignment on it. So we're going to do that with Spica. Oop, there's Spica. I think the battery in my pointer finder scope is kind of dead.
Yeah.
It was off a little bit.
Getting sleepy. That's what's weird about me now. Like I'm I'm starting to get tired at like 10. Like an old man, Jeff. I don't know. I guess I'm just getting up earlier. That's what's weird. I'm usually like now I'm getting up at like 7. I'm getting ready for work. And I start work at 8. Great.
Astronomy is one of those. I like the hobby, but it does take a demand on your sleeping schedule. And
yeah,
there we go.
we should do it again when there's gonna be a bunch of stuff, like on a Friday
Yeah.
night or a Saturday night or something.
Well, later, I'd say like end of July, beginning of August.
Yeah.
That's when Jupiter and Saturn are going to be out, and those are truly spectacular.
Yeah. That sounds like a good time.
Yeah. That's why I started looking at it. It's like, there's not going to be much out tonight.
Yeah, but it's also cool just to like chill and understand like, okay, this is like how long it takes to set up and like
Well, you got
this
to.
is what it's like. It's just the activity of like just chilling and doing something interesting. I always enjoy. Even if something interesting is really happening with the thing, it's like, well,
Yeah.
hanging out, can't lose. I guess I'm easily entertained. That's really what I am. I'm just very easily entertained.
Let's see if it finds Arcturus a little better now. I did a sync.
Yeah.
Basically, you can say, I want to sync to target. You pick a target. It tries to go where it thinks it is. And it still missed Arcturus. How far are we off? Huh. I shouldn't worry about Arcturus. I should find something useful.
Yeah. I'm gonna pack up that booze while you're
Okay.
looking for a deep thing.
Huh. That's so weird. Yeah, nobody's here anyway. I brought a couple of red flashlights. I can use those. Now would be a great time to get them out, huh? Wrong way.
Well, I'm gonna probably head out in like 20 minutes or so
Okay.
to be lame.
Well, it's okay.
Well, like I was like, okay, I'm gonna stick it out because I definitely want to see like some cool junk. But then I'm like, man, Jeff, I'm like exhausted.
Well,
I think just being out on my water and everything.
water does do it. So
Yeah, it like makes your sleepy. It's cool. It's like we're in
the red light.
So where is
Sure.
what are we looking at here?
Well, this is
So we were facing
facing south. Arcturus is that
is
guy
there. This is
Spica is right there.
Is there.
And you see, there's a lot of nothing. There's M5. That
Which should be like there.
That should be clear to find, but it might be still too light to see it
Yeah.
really well. But
Yeah. I have work in the morning too. I have to be like an adult.
if you want to leave, I'm absolutely not offended.
Yeah, I know. I know. Like, I just want to like see some cool junk, but I'm like, well,
Yeah.
we'll just have to do a rain check. You know?
Well, here's the thing. If I get the camera selected, then I might be able to get. I mean, M5 is a nice one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, I'm gonna say goodbye to Gretchen then.
Yeah, let me see if I can bring it up.
Yeah.
It honestly isn't going to look like much in here, but with a camera, it can look pretty impressive. And
Oh, I see it. Yeah, yeah.
Looks like a fuzzy star.
Really fuzzy star. Really fuzzy star.
Good. I'm glad I found it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's seen it or not. That's a star.
Yeah.
It's a dim star.
Oh, there's also
Well, M objects, Messier objects, are basically objects that Charles Messier was identifying, but it's like, you know, they don't look like stars because they're not real distinct. Because he was looking at them in a telescope. It's like, what's wrong with this thing?
What are they? Who
Well,
knows?
M5, for instance, is a globular cluster.
Oh. Cool.
And I'm almost tempted to redo my alignment because it's not performing very well.
Yeah.
I'm kind of disappointed here.
Well, sometimes I feel like a lot of the time when I'm like getting a hobby out of it, because is this your first time since?
Well,
Or have you had it out like?
It's been 2 weeks.
Oh yeah.
So
Shaking the dust off, you know. I feel like I have to do that a lot with my hobbies. That's why I never got around to doing those cutting boards, because I was like, oh, I just spent so much time like just figuring out how to use my router without cutting my hands off.
you know, like
It's very tricky.
yeah.
This is really cool. So I'm amazed that you can get so much power out of just such a tiny can. It's only like 18 inches long or whatever.
Let me. Well, let me show you what you should have been seeing with M5. Damn it. This is
Wow, look at that.
I've done it. These are some of the Jupiter
Whoa.
pictures.
That's so cool.
And Saturn. This is one of my better Saturns because I caught this D ring in here, or C ring. Sorry. Actually, that one there. Those are good.
That's so
This
cool.
is what a globular cluster looks like
That
with
looks
a camera.
so cool. I like the globular cluster. What is that?
That
Cat's
is the
Eye
ring.
Nebula?
That's the ring nebula.
Ring nebula.
That
Wow, look at
one
all
might
that.
be M15. This is the Andromeda galaxy.
Wow, that's so cool looking.
And then this is a good picture
That's
of
a
Jupiter.
good Jupiter right there.
This is a crappy one of M57, another of the Andromeda galaxy. And then I used a different program and cleaned them up, and this is the one I got.
Oh.
Which you can see the round stars, they're not smeared. It's got good color.
Yeah. That's
This
incredible.
this isn't a great amount. This is actually M15. It's the Hercules cluster. You see how many more stars there are there.
So many.
And then
It's
that's
amazing that like so many stars fit
that's
in
a
there. The results
Whirlpool
are-
galaxy M33. That I caught with my my deep space camera as well. This one here, actually, this is the Trifid Nebula,
Look at that.
and this
Look
is
at the-
after
look
processing.
Look at that. Look at those little veins. Look at that
Those-
detail on there.
Yeah, and
That's so
that's
cool.
from, I think, about 15 exposures.
Oh, like that's cool. Like this one's kind of reddish.
Yeah.
You got this like kind of green one. Then you
There's
got
a
this little
red
like kind
and-
of. Man, that's
These
so
are actually
cool.
blues in there, but
Yeah.
again, that's
So
from this
cool.
driveway.
Dang.
And this tonight will be a pretty reasonable night if I can get my alignment.
Yeah.
And I think I'm gonna just like turn it off, turn it back on, and see what I get.
Yeah.
Do a realignment because there's more stars that are visible now.
Yeah. Yeah, like there's one like up
The one
there.
star alignments are notoriously buggy.
Yeah.
But
This is
anyway,
cool.
that's what you can do when you use the capture program, which I think I have up.
And
Yeah,
you take like 15 long exposure photographs
can
or
use-
whatever.
yeah. Well, usually hundreds if you can get them. Here's a
Mm-hmm.
camera simulator, so it'll show you something, and then you can use set the format,
Mhm.
set the exposure time. Like down
Mm.
here, later is the gain, the thermal controls, how much you want it to cool. I mean, there's a bunch of shit, and then there's histograms you can play with.
So cool, man.
But when I plug in the camera, you see, which it won't actually take that long, but
Yeah.
I want to get it aligned because there's no point. If it's
Yeah.
not alignment, that means it's not going to track with shit. A bunch
It'll
of
just
other
be all
problems.
smeared and everything.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
you
This
don't
is
want to
really cool.
you
though.
don't want to waste your time doing that kind of shit.
Yeah, that's true.
But I mean, those are the results you
That
get.
looks so cool.
And then after you capture something for like a long period of time, then your day has just started. There's probably another 2 or 3 hours of stacking. You basically stack all those images into one to basically increase or make your signal to noise ratio better. And then there's usually enhancement of some sort, whether it's in Registax or Photoshop or there's a deep space stacker. There's a program that does that. And there's a whole bunch of techniques for doing that. I mean, there's probably a whole field of nothing but post-processing, but I'll usually spend 2 to 3 hours on each image. Each image set, I should say.
Yeah, because that's
Because
like
you're
15,
basically
20
taking, like with this one, I can probably take about up to 30 seconds or so of exposure per image. And usually you put those in a directory and then stack all those files together.
Okay.
And it will make darks darker, brights brighter, any details, maybe one frame the atmosphere is wiggly and you don't catch it, the next one you may catch it, or vice versa.
Right.
So by stacking, you gather all the details possible. And like that moon photo, I'm going to go to the Facebook page actually, because that's got a really good.
I saw the moon one.
Well,
That's really
there's
cool.
a post with 2 moon pictures in it. One of them is the raw stack, and the other one is the processed, and the difference is remarkable. It's the one after this. Maybe. Posts. I hate Facebook. If I can get off of it, I would. I can't. There's no alternatives. Yeah, it's this set.
Dang, look at that.
That's so cool.
So that's before.
That's the stacked image, which
Oh.
I mean, that's impressive. That looks nice, But after you process it, you get
That looks
that.
incredible.
And I mean,
so
that's
That's so
playing with
cool.
Photoshop and Registax and doing the process, but that's probably an hour and a half for the process. Moon is a kind of an easy target, but that's what the programs do.
Cool about moon is you can just see
You
so
go
much stuff. You
you
can
go
really
from
see some
that,
things.
which is not bad,
Not bad.
to that,
Wow, it's
because this is what you'll see on the camera and in the telescope. That's as good as you get.
Really?
So the details, those are brought out by the programs, which is the reason I like the astrophotography, because it shows off that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you can see different things.
Yeah, there's only 2 in this set.
Nice.
But-
I'm gonna drop these glasses off.
Sure. I've got a whole set of moon photos now. I started a new album. It's like, this is all moon stuff.
It's cool because it's right there.
Yeah. Let's see, 9. Let's level this thing. And let's reset. I need a decent alignment. Give me alignment. Give me depth. Let's move this one. Come on, dude. Wasted time with the crap alignment. Still can't see Vega. Next. $216. Sure. Go for it. There we go. What's wrong with this thing?
Anything else?
Well, I redid
get
the
the
alignment, and it still is only looking at Vega. It's like,
It really likes Vega a lot.
It really does. I tried a 2-star alignment and found Arcturus,
Mhm.
which is very, very bright. So,
Mhm.
but it's not pointing at Spica very well
Hmm.
as its second alignment star,
It's annoyed.
to say the least.
Huh.
Well,
Well-
I'm kind of annoyed because it made for a really crappy demo.
Well, I mean, no, like with the demo you gave me is like all the setup and like what's involved, blah blah, whatever. You know.
Yeah,
So
it's
that's always how it goes. When I try to show people my hobbies, the first time is like never. I'm like, this has never happened before, and then everything sucks. I'm like, it's really cool, I promise. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I believe you. We'll give it another shot.
Well, yeah, maybe that's. What if I say this is Spica? Will it find Arcturus again ever?
Well, it
Two-star.
looks like Arcturus has moved. It's behind. See, Arcturus is behind the.
Yeah, the
Trina.
scope can still see it.
Oh.
2-star alignment Arcturus. Let's try that.
I mean, there's one right there. There's two up there. There's one over there.
It found
There's
Arcturus.
one over there as well.
It did it pretty well, actually. Well, it was close anyway.
I'm gonna go pass out, I think. So,
Okay, well,
thanks for an awesome day. This was so great. This was
Drive-
so awesome.
Drive safe home.
I will, and we'll do this again.
Yeah, let's make sure we do it with like stars that the thing understands. And
Yeah,
I
let me
think if
know.
we
Let me
gotta-
know, like in the
Oh.
next like couple, like 2-3 weeks.
here's
like
Arcturus. You want to see Arcturus?
Yeah.
It looks distinctly different than the other star.
Whoa, that's really bright.
Yeah.
Huh.
But you see that it's very gold colored
Yeah.
compared to the other.
Yeah, that one was more silver.
Yeah.
Huh.
And that's the difference between the stars. Some of them are, yellow stars like the sun. Some of them are blue. Some of them are very
Red.
bright.
Yeah.
And some of the photos I got show off some of those colors. So it's pretty spectacular when you get it right. That's pretty close to
Well, I was just blown. Like I just thought it was cool when you showed up Spica, and it was just like this, like jewel. It's just like, oh, I don't know. This is really cool.
See, now it's going to try to find Spica. So go find Spica.
Find him.
Go
Go away.
That's bright enough in the sky where it should show up pretty well.
Yeah.
And there's a dark field.
No. Well, maybe next time.
Okay.
Anyways, hey, thanks for an awesome day.
Yeah.
This
I'm
was
glad you-
so chill.
I
Exactly
mean,
what I
it
needed.
was a little shorter than what we'd really talked, but it's like, yeah, if you're tired now, I was like,
Yeah, that's the thing. I was like, okay, let's stay up until 2. Let's make this thing happen. And then I'm like 9:30 it, and I was like, I'm tired.
I'm so tired now.
I'm just like, I think I'm finally getting into like a groove with my like job and like getting up on a good time.
Yeah.
But this means
Who
like
knows?
I'm like getting sleepy at 10 because I'm getting up at 7. Anyways, lame, but
2-star alignment failed. Motherfucker.
that's the perfect end of the night. Thanks.
Let's try again. I'm going to let
Exactly.
you sit for a while and think about what you've done.
You're gonna get a timeout. So. Well, hey, have a good night, and yeah, let me know like in the next week to 4 weeks.
Yeah. Well,
when,
literally, I think I'm going to try again tomorrow night. What I might do is just literally muscle my equipment back into the garage.
Oh yeah.
I mean, put away the telescope with the mount and everything. I'll just hustle it back in there so I have quite as much setup tomorrow. Right. Tomorrow's supposed to be another night just like tonight.
Oh.
Clear, probably a pinch warmer. So,
Yeah, it's supposed to be warmer throughout the week.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
and if I could get an alignment, which this is, I literally I've had alignment problems once since I've owned this thing.
Oh really?
And this is number 2, which is like, come on.
That's the way. That's always goes though, Jeff. Whenever I try to show someone cool, something cool that I enjoy,
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, this is what we have one time, and then everything. I'm like,
And then everything goes to shit.
dang it. That's okay though. We got plenty of chances.
Yeah, it happens.
We'll hit that next time.
Yep. You're welcome. It was fun. Nice to see somebody in person again. So. Fucking Vega. Did you get off of Vega? Vega is not visible from here. Should not be visible anyway. No, it's completely covered by a house and a tree. Next. No more alignment. Here we go again. Squatting over our trucks. At least it got close this time. Here we go. Okay. Hey, Matt. This is
Hey,
Jeff.
what's up?
Did you get very far? Because I got M5 and it's the tracking correctly now. Now,
Oh, nice.
if you want to come see it, it's here.
Oh, man. I'll have to catch it next time. I just got on the highway.
Okay. Well, anyway, I thought I'd call you, maybe catch you before, because it's only been a minute or so.
Yeah. Totally. No, I literally just pulled up on the 94.
It literally
Otherwise, I would've turned around.
it literally fucking figures.
How's the look? Is it looking pretty good?
Yeah, it's actually, it looks like a star cluster, so I'm going to use it as my first target and go from there. The night's supposed to be pretty dark. So anyway,
Pretty cool, man.
I'd let you know.
Pictures next time or anything.
Yeah, I'm going to take pictures. I got it here.
Sweet. Well, thanks for calling, actually.
Yep. Well, you drive safe. Have a good night.
Yeah. You too. Till next time.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay.
Hey,
So,
Jeff.
get this thing tracking.
Hey, Jeff, what were you looking at?
Hey, is that somebody there?
Yeah,
Who we got?
Jack Brisbane.
Join a meeting, sign in. No, that's not the one.
No, I seen the blue
Hi.
dot on the screen, and I didn't know if you were actually, we're
There we go.
looking at an object or what.
Well, right now I had some alignment problems with my friend present, but
Yeah,
I
I
got
heard
those.
some of that. Yeah.
I got those finished up, and it's tracking. I got M5 in there right now. I'm going to throw the camera on in a second here, and I'll go from there. But it should look okay. Take me just a second, though.
Okay.
Well, to hang out for a second. This has been one of those nights where it's like everything kind of went wrong that shouldn't have.
It does happen.
It does. And boy, we wish it wouldn't sometimes. Now let's see which end is up. We'll do it that way. But even like aligning on Arcturus, for Christ's sake, it wasn't doing it. It was like, come on. It's just killing me here. Okay. Let's get that nice and tight. Cable. Just one of those things that happens. And while I'm thinking about it, let's plug in the mount so my battery doesn't go dead on me. It'll be happy. And I'm going to do a screen share now. I don't have the program running, do I? No, that would help. Actually, I'll just do a screen share the whole thing. Screen share. That can go away. And no, this is not what I'm looking at.
Yeah, it don't look like M5.
No, it doesn't. Camera, there's a 294 Pro. Let's fold these things up. That just gets in the way. Okay, and I'm pretty sure the focus is probably going to be way out. Usually I turn up the gain crazy, and that way I can see something to focus. Hey, this is not too far out. Let's turn our exposure down a pinch. And what I probably should do is put the Batnoff mask in there, but tonight is turning out to be not so productive. 821. Do like an eye test. Is this better or worse? Yeah, I was showing my friend some visual stuff, so I was using eyepieces, and the focus is much different with eyepieces versus the cameras. So I usually end up having to move the primary mirror around a little bit with the focuser that's on the body of the telescope. That don't look so bad. And unfortunately, my friend got tired. He's like, I gotta leave. So let's bump that up a pinch.
Oh, now that looks better.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The gain is a little obscene, but the focus is not quite there. Let's see if I can scooch myself over so I can reach the focuser. Let's go the other way. I'm really happy with the 294 camera. It's like taking deep space stuff like this is really effortless. And I'm kind of doing it very manually as opposed to like what Doug and the guys do.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that there's this bad way of doing it, but oh yeah. I'm going to back off on the gain here to somewhat reasonable levels and then get this up to where it should be. About an 8-second exposure at this point. Long exposure image at a depth of 8 bits. Oh yeah. We want to go 16-bit. Thank you. Probably don't need that resolution. Have to wait for 7 seconds. Okay. Smack in the middle. Good. Ugh. So the high gain is handy because you can focus a lot easier.
Yeah.
Ugh. One at a time. I didn't set this up with a mask. I probably should. But the other night I got in the little demo thing I ran, I was getting the Sombrero Galaxy actually, and pretty well. I had my planetary camera on there at the time, and it just didn't do the job. It was much too noisy, you know.
Okay.
Is that coming through pretty well for you?
Well,
Because it looks a little blurry to me.
the center looks a little bright. I think it's a little over bright. It's like the stars around the edge look like round, not pinpoints, more like little dots. So I think.
Well, the gain is way up right now. And usually, what have I got? 6-second exposures. I do have a focal reducer in here, so it's going to make those edge stars a little icky.
Okay.
With an SCT, there's really there's not a lot you do with that. Your pictures turn out so much better with the. Oh, there we go. A little more of that dark. That's not too bad,
No.
and that's at a decent resolution too. It's funny because I don't know if I'd want to kick up the exposure much. I'm going to try turning the gain down to somewhat reasonable levels and then turn it up exposures. See if that helps, because sometimes the gain can really wash things out. Let's just double it then. It's 12-second exposures now. 1, 2, 1, 0. Probably can do a little bit more. I forget what the term is they call for that optimum gain, but I think it's like around 120 for this camera, if I'm not mistaken. Ooh. You know, I'm just noticing noise too. I should probably plug in the camera or cooler. Where'd that go? Cooler. Target temperature. Let's say -15. That's not very much. Oh, cooler. On. That helps. Yeah, it's not all that warm out here, so let's pick up that. Oh, and while I got you on the line, the Salmagundi had a word from the grotto that they're not going to start anything until July 10th. Their paperwork with the city is still in limbo, I guess, or in processing.
Oh, okay.
Which, I mean, they've got a great plan. I think it can work. And I would feel comfortable playing there, but they've got to get all the health department and other people in line. So,
Yeah.
and hey, you know, to do it right, take your time. I'd rather do it right than get people sick.
Yeah. Because I talked to my wife about going back out there. She wanted to go, you know, we said when you told me the first day on the 12th. And I told her, well, it's going to be held up now for a couple weeks. Now it's going to be held up till July. So
Yeah.
we'll wait.
Well, the first one would have been Friday, but as it turns out, that's not going to happen. And yeah, I'm starting to get a little smearing, I think. I'm going to turn up this gain just a pinch. That is just kind of a dim image. But they're basically going to hold it out back where like the big parking lot is there near the car dealership. And
Yeah. Okay.
then the band is going to be closest to the building and that food truck that they have there, but still, probably 10, 15 feet away. And then they're going to have tables throughout kind of their side of the parking lot and then park cars along the side with the dealership.
Okay.
Yeah. Which that sounds reasonable. I still don't think that's focused.
I assume they're going to have tables set up, but they'll be separated.
Yeah, the tables themselves are going to have 6 foot between between the nearest chairs. They'll have 6 foot separating the tables, and the tables. I don't remember seeing how many are going to be seated at each table, but I assume they're going to have chairs allocated to be safe.
Yeah.
That still doesn't look all that spectacular, does it? I was doing better with less exposure and more gain. This is the Sharp Cap Pro, and it allows you to basically do a little bit of clipping for just your display so that you can see what you're looking at a little better. That's what these controls down here are doing. The whole window can slide.
Yeah.
And so you can do, clip whatever you need off of there, which looks like I'm clipping a little too much. Huh. Because that's the image that's there.
And as you see down here, the temp is almost to target, which is good. Yep. Everything's running. That cooler, if you didn't have that running, you'd see little red and green specks all over this background.
Okay.
It's pretty remarkable. It's like, wow, that really made a huge difference. Now I know why people are, in love with this idea.
Yeah.
Raw 16. I think I'm going to take some shots. These are what, 26 seconds long? That's not too bad. That's looking okay.
Yeah, you get a little better resolution towards the center now.
Yeah. Well, I got the image pretty well centered, so that should help out. Huh, the cooler even got it below. What I've found in the forums that this target temperature of -15 below ambient, that's about where things like the payoff kind of ceases. So is that any? No, that's about the same. Okay, target name. I found it's also a good idea to name them because it'll put them in a nice, neat little directory for you. Otherwise, you have a unholy mess.
Yeah.
And I'm only dropping a few frames here, so that should be okay. 26 seconds, 3 a minute. I'm going to say about maybe 10 minutes. It should give me about 30 frames. Oh, here's a number of frames. That will work well. Yeah, with that, it should be fine. Talking to myself. I think that's about half of this hobbies. If you can keep yourself entertained and occupied.
Yeah.
One of the experiments I want to do too is I have a deep space filter about 15 years old from Lumicon. Oh, excuse me. And I've never been able to get much out of it from a visual perspective. But I was going to try it on some of this deep space stuff I've been trying, and like put it on the end of the camera and see what it does, and just kind of compare the results from there. Obviously I got good settings here. I might have to tweak exposure or gain a little bit going forward with it, so I know it does cut out some light. But if it's going to get rid of some of the noise and background, maybe that's worth it instead of buying a noise pollution filter or something for a couple $100.
Yeah.
Yeah, so anyway, have a good weekend. It was a gorgeous weather for it.
Yeah, it was. I was out mostly just working and doing things around the house and fixing things up, and a lot of little things, just odds and ends to do.
Yeah.
Well,
yesterday, God, we ran some pies down to a friend whose mother is in hospice. They were having some family get-togethers, and figured that was a nice thing to have some homemade pie for their get-together.
Yeah.
And well, of course, I had to stop at Monroe Original, the hot dog stand. So can't go down there without getting them. You just get hungry for the damn things.
Yeah.
I don't know if have you ever been to one of those? There's 2 hot dog stands in Monroe, and they both make very similar chili dogs, and they're unlike like Detroit style Coney dogs. The chili is totally different than what you get down in Monroe.
Oh, okay.
They're a very tomatoey, burger spice mix or whatever. It's different than the Coney Island dogs. And actually, Bill's here in Ypsi is, I would say, similar, but the spice mix is a little different in Bill's. Not in a bad way, just different. Monroe's is very, I'd say, tomato and a lot of celery seed in both recipes. And of course, onion and all the other crap, but they're good. And we usually make occasions, like since you've just, opened up a kegger of heartburn, then we head over across the river to Danny's frozen custard and grab a cone.
No.
It's out the fire.
Yeah.
we've learned our lesson in our old age.
Yeah.
Well, this this last two nights here, actually this year, I got in December. I got a counterweight for the end of the telescope mount. Anyway, the Vixen bar that goes on the thing, and I think it's like a 2 pound or 2.5 pound. It adds, and it counteracts the weight of the camera and the focuser on the opposite end there. So that's been helpful in keeping it a little closer to balance. I had some instances last year where the setup was heavy enough where it couldn't slew close to the horizon because the clutches were breaking free. Which is like, well, that's not good. You're going to mess up gearboxes with that activity. So it got me alarmed enough where I quickly found and ordered. It was from Mandi actually, but it just fits on the mounting bar, and you can reposition it anywhere you like it. So figure if the camera is lighter, then I can keep it closer. But in practice, that the Moonlight focuser is heavy enough, which I think it's got to be at least a pound or a pound and a half. It's monstrously heavy, but it's such a nice focuser to work with.
Yeah. Well, weight's one of those issues you have to work with. So
Yeah,
and it'll, now that you probably bought that extension, it'll probably track a little better too.
I'm hoping so. It seems to be doing pretty well tonight. Like I say, the alignment was maddening. I'd align it on one star and I'd be unable to find anything. It's like, what? What's going on here, you know? And this last alignment, it wanted to align on Arcturus, which is almost directly overhead. And it's like, well, that's a strange star to align on, but okay, whatever. And it found it, and it found Spica, and everything was fine. It's like, why didn't you do this before, you stupid thing? It wanted to keep starting on Vega, and Vega in my neighborhood is right in back of a big tree.
Oh,
It keeps wanting to go to that. It's like, it's not going to be for a while that you'll be able to see Vega, so stop trying to align to it, you stupid thing. But, yeah, it worked. Doesn't look like a... Oh, go ahead.
my plan was to see how well my Zoom works on my laptop, and it seems to be working pretty good. I see you pretty good, and I see all the information on that. See the pictures pretty good.
Oh, good.
And the other reason is I'm going to my car, my Traverse has a 4G hotspot, they call it.
Ooh, cool.
And it's on the vehicle with OnStar,
Uh-huh.
and it's run by AT&T. It's who they're working it with. And I went back in, and I just I've really never used it on the internet that much because I really don't drive and
Right.
play with my computer at the same time. And I do have a little cell phone, you know, and I look at that most of the time. But I went and ordered just this it's like 2 Gs a month, as they call it. So, which should be okay because I'm not going to download movies and stuff like that. I just want to use it on the internet. What I want to do is I want to take it out to Peach Mountain, set it up,
Ooh.
and see what kind of reception I get. And we've got that meeting on the 26th. If I get everything working, I was thinking maybe on the 26th, I could be out at Peach Mountain and hook up with you guys on your Zoom broadcast and get an idea of what my download and upload speed is out there, because when I was looking at the cell tower location, there were a couple AT&T cell towers out there. So
You might actually get decent reception if it's an AT&T device.
yeah, that's what this runs on, this OnStar. I was looking it up in the book and seeing when you take the service, this Wi-Fi service, 2 GB service per month, or you can get unlimited access for twice the money, which I really don't care about that. I decided to set it up and try it. And I was, a couple weeks ago when we had the other meeting, I was searching cell towers out there just to see what's available. That's how I knew about that U of M WOUM 90, what was it,
Right.
91.7, because it said there's
Right.
cell towers on the corner over there. So I got a listing of other cell towers around the area, and they had a couple for AT&T. So when I found out this OnStar program with internet hookup works through AT&T, I decided, okay, let me put two, maybe we can get something together, see how well it works. And if we get something decent or good, maybe it's just like a starter for, okay, to get where we want to go, we need this much more.
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying it's going to solve everything, but it's as a starter, it'll give you an idea what you can do. And I don't know if we could get really good reception out there or some kind of device to, you know, increase the reception or, I guess, I don't know.
Well, yeah, boost our
Boost it.
reception out there, or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, boost the reception in some way, or maybe there's a way we can buy some type of dish or something that would receive the signal better and boost it, doing two things at the same time. Maybe it could be done reasonably because running out those cables and the fiber optics and all that out there, yeah, it's going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
And that's why I think the best way to do it is see if we can. And I would think at AT&T, I know they're talking about their 5G network. I'm just wondering if they're going to convert those cell towers over to 5G, and that might help too.
Yeah, eventually, and 5G has got more than enough bandwidth to deal with things. I mean, cell phone networks are vastly better than they used to be.
Yeah.
Well, I'm kind of curious about your truck's Wi-Fi, because I mean, a truck is a really nifty Faraday cage, and if they got the Wi-Fi inside, I wonder if it would actually work outside, or if you have to open the doors, or things like that.
No, the way it's set up, it's the Chevy Traverse. I can be like 50 feet away, and that's what they tell me, with my laptop, and it'll still receive the Wi-Fi signal from my laptop and beam back and forth to
Cool.
my internet my tower location. So if I can be 50 feet away from it, then I could, sitting inside the car or even outside, it should not be a problem.
That's
Should be
pretty
okay.
neat.
Yeah, that's what I want to test out more, because I don't use it because, I got all the stuff here in the house I use, or my cell phone. But I thought I'd just sign up, take it for a couple of months, try it out there and see what we get, and use that as a baseline just to try and develop a plan type of coverage we want. And if the AT&T towers out there say, hey, we're going to give you 5G, then maybe it is something to look into. Maybe we can come up with a booster, something to receive the signal.
Yeah.
and
Well,
save money that way.
even if the lowbrows wanted to, I mean, I don't know what the service costs, but if you got a Wi-Fi access point off of the 5G tower to set it up at the McMath Observatory there, turn it on when we need it, or leave it on for whatever. But if it's a $400 or $500 box, that might be a worthwhile purchase. Just to go independent and not worry about what's on site, with ITS. So
Yeah, I also have to find out what the monthly cost is going to be.
yeah,
too.
there's probably a monthly there.
Yeah,
But
get an idea of how.
what are we really talking about here?
Yeah.
And would they be open for nonprofits and things like that to, is there a pricing schedule for those instead of the normal corporate or individual prices?
Well, there might be. Some of them do that.
Yeah. I mean,
Never know.
it's worth asking about, though. All they can say is no.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, that's
But,
pretty cool. Got the first capture done.
Okay, so am I looking at a finished print or?
This is basically one image, and
Okay.
the way I operate, this is different than Don Schweitzik. Is basically in here. There's a directory created, and it'll have a number of these FITS files.
Yep.
And what I got to do is they're each about 15 meg big. This FITS viewer is crap, I guess, but this will kind of give you an idea of what we're looking at anyway.
Yeah.
There we go. And I'll read those into AstroPixel processor or one of the programs, and I'll pull those things in. You know, based on the little circles, those don't actually look completely in focus, do they?
No, it almost
Say
looks
from this.
like I can see like
The,
something in the center of the circle, you know, like I don't
yeah,
know,
like a
mirror
telescope.
holder, secondary mirror holder, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. With these images, it's hard to tell because they got so much this sparkly crap stuff. This image viewer is, FITS is one of those things where lots of astronomers like using it, and all kinds of programs use it for processing. But I just want to look at the individual image to see what the heck it did. Can you give that to me?
Yeah.
And it's probably going to look about the same. Yeah, the earlier
Yeah.
ones I think were focused a little different. These look a little more solid. Maybe I'll run another run and try boosting that focus in again. Because this is 26 seconds. I tweak the fine focus just a tad each time. This image here is probably going to look like crap, but like I say, I probably ought to get out the Batinoff mask, but I'd finally got everything aligned, and it found M5 and it was tracking accurately. So it's like, just freaking leave it.
Yeah.
I'll deal with the focus as it comes in. And I wonder if I can zoom in. I bet I can zoom. Here we go. Auto. I don't know what's at right now. Where is this scroll? There's a scroll bar.
Well, there you go.
Still getting that kind of weird center. Oh, it just had a new frame. So I'm going to try pulling back just a pinch and see if that improves. Or since I got it zoomed in, it's one of those things like an eye test. It's like, is this better or worse?
Yeah.
And before I had the Batinoff mask, that's what I used to do kind of for every image. It's like, is this better or worse? I don't know. Worse. I'll give it a tweak. 26 seconds later, I can figure out the results of my my tweak, so that's not so bad. But I got an email from Don Schweitzik today that he's actually been having problems with his live stacking setup with a focal reducer, kind of like what I have. It's like, well, okay. That's not good news for me, but if there's a quick key to zoom out. That definitely doesn't look good at all. I think I went the wrong way. Yeah. This zoom level is nice. Kind of shows you what's going on.
Yeah.
My wife only partially understands why I do this. It's like, it seems pretty thankless. It's like, you can sit out all night and take a bunch of pictures that you're not happy with. Why are you doing this?
Well,
but
yeah,
there's a
you know.
potential. I could get it right.
Yes, you should. You will. I mean, I would think using the software to focus and take care of the rest of it
Oh.
should help.
I don't have a software focuser. This is all manual, so it's literally me reaching up and twisting a knob.
Well, even when you're done and you do all your stacking,
Yeah.
you should be able to, sharpen up the image and clip the pixels and all the other weird stuff. Make them happy.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, the software. I kind of, a lot of people they kind of poo-poo, and it's like the visual is the only true way to do it. It's like, well, I disagree, because in my setting, I pick up stuff that I can't see visually very well. This looks like a blurry blob. And it's like, yes, I can tell it's a cluster, but I can't get, even with my, biggest light collecting thing, I got focal reducers in there. It's like that should collect as much light as possible to my eyeball, and it still looks like a fuzzy ball. So I look at the photography as one way to get a lot more of the objects in the sky that I can see. It's not direct for sure, but it's really not looking that well in focus. Maybe I am going to have to use a batten-off mask. Sure is a nice night, though. There ain't no moon in sight. Even the neighbors, they only got one neighbor with his lights on. He's across the street and away from me, but I wonder if that would help. Putting a dew shield on to keep the stray light away.
Yeah, that could help at times.
I'm going to see what it does, because it's kind of facing in that direction.
I can't screw up anything too badly. There we go.
Like, I looked at the weather, and it's like the dew situation isn't going to be a deal, so I brought it out just for illustrative purposes for my friend. But like now it's like, that might actually shield it from some stray light, because the angle, it's the next house over and across the street, where I'm pointing at pretty much straight at the next house across or the house across the street. So now I think that may have actually improved it. Yeah, somewhere there's probably a histogram I could look at that would show me the difference.
Yeah, I'm not.
It seems the contrast is a little better with this. I gave the focus a tweak this last time. We'll see what comes out. I'm happy with that image, actually, at that same zoom level. I'll take another run of another 10-minute run and see what we get. I don't think it'd be worth. Not getting too much drift either. Somewhere there's a thing that shows me the drift, I thought. Oh, that was in the live stacker. Tools. Feature tracking, polar line. Nope. Yeah, the live stacking has got an interesting feature that it shows you how much your telescope is drifting, how much your mount is drifting off. It's actually pretty nice. Let's see what we get with taking a 30-second exposure. Just a little bit longer.
Now,
Go ahead.
Is this one 30-second exposure, or did you stack up a bunch of 3-second or 4-second exposures?
This is a single 30-second exposure.
Oh, okay.
That'll be finishing up in about 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. So
Okay.
The last group of 30 images was all. I think I'm getting a little bit of star smearing with this. Like some of these, some of that stuff.
Oh.
Maybe we should go. We could maybe go the other side. Do like a 24 second. Come on. Stay at 24. 24.6. Okay. There we go. Basically, when you change the exposure, it'll reset the counter for a frame and just throw out whatever you did before. Boy, getting a real strong sulfur smell all of a sudden here. That's weird. That's not really what I expected at all from. Huh. Weird.
So is this the finished picture you just took?
Yeah. You
Okay.
see a little bar here at the bottom. That is basically the timer for each frame,
Oh, okay. I see.
and it just
Okay.
resets each time.
Okay.
But these are looking kind of blurry.
Yeah.
Oh, satellite.
Yeah, I just seen it go right across.
Yeah, I don't even see it in the sky.
That's probably one of them starliners, I guess. I don't know.
It's pretty fine.
Yeah. It
I
looks
know
like
a
it.
lot of people are upset about them, but it's like, well, you toss out those frames. I think that focus helped. Back it off just another pinch. It's like basically between focus, exposure, and gain, those are the big variables that affect everything. I know other people worry about a lot more other stuff, but for me, that seems to be about all I have to worry about.
Yeah. Well, as long as you can control it, that's all that matters.
Yeah. Well, the new camera is the new planetary camera, and I'm kind of geeked because I got such good results on the moon with it, which planetary generally I feel a lot more confident with. The deep space stuff, I don't take flats or any of that other stuff. I have the equipment to do it now. Just like, well, I have to dig out a t-shirt. I'm out here in the driveway. The panel is inside. It's like, screw it. Not tonight. So this is looking pretty good actually from a background noise standpoint. And part of that is there's no moonlight. There's not many people in the neighborhood with their lights on, and light pollution is looking pretty good tonight.
Good.
You know, I think I'm gonna do a run with this setting. This looks pretty decent. And then I think I'll take the camera out, put in that filter, and see what we get. See if that's any better. Yeah. If you don't mind sitting for another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not going to be up late, Dan. Anyway, I have to
Okay.
get up early in the morning. We've got
Oh, that's fine.
projects to do and things. Wasn't one of those things. No, I this is what I wanted to do is just test out the Zoom, see how everything was working,
Good.
and
Hey, I'm glad I could help.
yeah, because like I say, I signed up for their internet program, so I signed up today. They said give them 24 hours, and I should be online. Okay, I should be have the whole thing set up.
Yeah.
So sometime during the week, I may run out to Peach Mountain to do some work out there. I'll take out the laptop, just go online, see if I pick up stuff out there or not. I
Yeah.
should.
Well, I think it'll be an interesting data point too for the meeting on the 26th.
Yeah.
Just to say, hey, this is something else we found out, it, may be an option. I don't know for everybody, but, at least for the lowbrows, I think it's something. I'm not actually going to be able to make the meeting on this Friday. So I'm going to set it up and have Adrian do a co-host
Okay.
on it, or pass the host if I need to. So he and Charlie will probably be running it. I got to be down in Monroe. Mother-in-law is in town, and there's a practice, and I did have Salmagundi was supposed to play that same night, so it's like instead of being double or triple booked, I'm now double booked. So
Yeah.
it's like,
Mm.
well, if I have, I got it set up to automatically record, so I figure worst case, I want to hear the presentation, so it's like I definitely want to get this thing recorded. And even if I can have Adrian do it, I'll set it up so that it's easy to share the screens. I'll talk with Adrian during the week here and make sure we're on board and make sure we can do everything we need to do. Worst case, I'll pass the host ability to him or something. But one way or another, we'll make it happen.
Okay.
But yeah, the rehearsal corresponds almost exactly to the time the lowbrows meet, with a half-hour overlap on both sides on my side. So like, great. Means before I head down to Monroe, I have to start this meeting
Yeah.
and let it run for an hour or so before anyone's even going to think about getting online. So like, it'll be an unusual one. There'll be some chopping and hacking at the video to get rid of the blank space, but it's going to have to work. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
I decided not to do the YouTube broadcast since I think we had 2 or 3 people in doing YouTube. I'm not going to bother with it because it takes another a full Ethernet line, and it's just a lot of extra setup and hand holding. It's like, the recording on Zoom works just great, and it takes a lot less headache to do it. So,
Oh, that's good to know.
yeah. Well, it's nice because I just have it set in the meeting definition to say record automatically to the cloud.
Yeah.
And once you do that, basically it goes up to the cloud, and when you end the meeting, then it stops recording and starts processing. And it basically chews on it for like an hour and a half meeting. I think it'd probably chew on it for about 15, 20 minutes.
Hmm.
And then it sends you an email when your processing is done. And in fact, the way it's set now, it'll do a written transcript, and it'll chew on that for considerably more time. But when that's available, you can download basically the video, the written transcript. There's an audio only file and an audio with a transcript. And it's like, well, those are a nice set of options there.
Yeah, really.
The bulk of the storage is the video, but hey. But I was thinking, the lowbrow things, and we'll probably have to talk to each of the speakers to make sure it's okay with them to release that. But for the astronomy at the beach event, it's now officially a virtual event. And I was thinking some of the lowbrow recordings that we've done so far, which is, I think there are going to be 3 or 4 presentations made, that those would be excellent resources to put forward for the astronomy at the beach thing. And frankly, given that, all of the board is all lowbrows now, I mean, GLAC is essentially a branch of the lowbrows, which is, I wish it were a better collection of those 7 clubs, but it's not.
Yeah.
Warren and Ford are both very active in contributing. They've been really good about that. But as far as meeting attendance and planning, it's been lowbrow all the way.
Wow. That is different.
Well, we do have, there's one guy with Ford. He's been showing up pretty regularly, but he doesn't actually do a whole lot. He just suggests, and he has a good discussion, and I welcome him because it's participation from one of the other clubs, and you can't say that it was lowbrows running the whole thing that way. So from saving face, and when they wanted me to be secretary there, and I told them like, well, it's interim until we have more other clubs represented. I don't want to make it seem like the lowbrows are ruling the world.
Yeah.
It looks bad. And we had a couple other people join, and one guy just bowed out in this mic. He was going to be doing the telescope field, but well, since we're going virtual, there is no telescope field. So he's now being nice and, participating, which is very useful discussion, but nonetheless,
Yeah.
well, it's the lowbrow party once again. I
Well,
stopped putting up a banner, but like, well, if we're participating, that's fine.
you know, there's something I ran across that might be interesting, and I haven't really brought it up to the officers yet, but you being an IT person,
Yeah.
I ran across this Ann Arbor Library, AADL.
Right.
They now have an AADL TV show, and they're broadcasting stuff on TV, and you can see the telecast on YouTube if you miss the actual telecast.
I did that come up on the I think we talked about it after the meeting with the IT people.
Yeah.
And
I was thinking maybe once we get things worked out and we get, this whole thing with the Zoom meetings and the club meeting and with our guest lecturer,
right.
saving that lecture, we could publish it on AADL TV,
Mm-hmm.
and which would be kind of nice working with the library and get a little more exposure in that. But I also, was thinking about that, astronomy at the beach.
Yep.
If you could run that through AADL, that might be kind of cool. But
Actually,
I don't know how well everything hooks up yet. I mean,
well, the way I've been doing it, like I download the things from Zoom, Zoom.us, and they give, this is through the U of M stuff, and I download those, and they're just an MP4 file, and then basically it's like a couple of gigs, I think, and then I upload that to YouTube in their normal upload procedure, and then it becomes a YouTube video. Turns out that's faster than trying to do everything on our end. It's like just download the damn file, upload it to YouTube, and have YouTube chomp on it for a while.
Yeah.
And then YouTube has got a marvelous editor they call YouTube Studio that allows you to like chop off the gunk at the beginning or end of the meeting, and kind of clean things up, put a header and footer title or video in there. So with a little production stuff, you could add those things in, and it's just boilerplate stuff, and that's all I plan on doing is going in. I got the full meeting and all the chit chat beforehand. And if we do these presentations, I'm going to basically make a copy of those things and chop out the meeting and all the chitter chatter before we introduce the speaker. And that way it's like, it has lowbrow banner to start, Charlie introducing the speaker, and then the presentation. When the presentation and the Q&A end, then the video ends. And I think that'd make a nice, it's a remote presentation that's, it looks actually pretty professional once once it reaches that stage. And I think the last time I did it, the quality was reasonable.
Yeah, something like that.
I mean, that doesn't take much effort to do, which is I guess the point I was trying to get at. I forgot to mention.
No, that's okay. Making it effortless and easy, there's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that. Those are good things to work on. Trust, I believe you on that one.
Well, if it's effortless, then people will actually do it.
Yeah.
And if it's a pain in the ass, then yeah, we'll do it for the first few meetings, and this isn't worth the effort. Blah blah blah. Gripe gripe gripe, and
Oh yeah, yeah.
then you know how that routine goes. I'm not saying that it's good, bad, or otherwise. That just is human nature. It's the way it works.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That AADL, if this did kind of work out okay,
yeah.
if we got it got a system down pat that works good, then maybe we could work with them, and then you could have a live broadcast,
You know,
and then you could also store it on their YouTube channel.
I think there are ways of doing broadcasts directly to YouTube, but it might require like more hardware on our end, like to have an actual camera set up and a computer that's doing the broadcast directly
Oh,
to
yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah.
I've set up live streaming with Zoom and used a program on the PC to basically handhold the video over to YouTube for live streaming, and that did work. There's about a 30-second delay, but it worked fine. And it basically kept me from downloading a video and uploading it. But it turns out running that program and, juggling all that required a full Ethernet line. Didn't like wireless very much. And there was more trouble in the editing because you had to do it right then and there.
Yeah.
And like, those last 4 frames went really, really fast. I wonder what yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to put on that filter now, I think. And then maybe recenter and see how this thing does.
Well, I'm going to log off.
Okay. Well, I'll have video to process or frames to process and all that. And since you were the only one to log on tonight to the Orange Can Astronomy Night Out, I'll give you copies of the final products at least. So,
Okay.
just for curiosity's sake. So,
Well, yeah, but it's like I said, I got another agenda going on here about going out to Peach Mountain and seeing how well this thing works. Downloading, maybe do like a speed test, get an idea of my uploading, downloading, and things like that. So
Yep.
That's all. But it's a base, something to start with. Take it for there, and let people, comment as they think, get an idea of what they want.
Yeah.
It's a good.
Well, it's testing this stuff out. It's like this is the stuff that takes the time in between those meetings that, it's kind of handy.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think there's anything else I need to record on that. Yeah. Normally in my notebook here, I don't know if you see that or not. I take down my settings for what I used so I can look back on it later and basically recall what the hell I did. So when Jupiter comes around, it's like, well, I used this setting on, the thing previously. Let's see what it does now. Try recentering this a pinch. And I might just set that exposure down and set up the gain so I can see this thing for centering purposes. And you see by turning up the gain, it gets so noisy.
Yeah, I know. I see it looks brighter on my screen now. So it looks like we got a little.
Well, I'm moving the telescope now, so. I haven't gotten the thing to reliably remote control yet. Which I'm a little. The Wi-Fi on my mount actually has Wi-Fi on the thing, and so you can use like Sky Safari or stuff like that to control the direction of the telescope.
Oh, okay.
Which it sounds pretty cool at the offset, but in practice, it turns out that it interferes with the Wi-Fi. Oh, look at that. There's a better focus there. It interferes with and gets mixed up and drops the Wi-Fi with your network Wi-Fi in the area. So like any Comcast or other connections, it just gets utterly confused.
Oh.
And it drops the connection, which well, that's my telescope control. And because the telescope has released connection from the handset, you now don't have any control over your telescope because the Wi-Fi gave up on itself. It's like, well, why'd you do that for? Messing with the focus now. I think it's actually getting better. I love the moonlight focuser makes the fine control is just wonderful to use.
Yeah.
I can't say enough nice things about that.
Well, I'm going to let you go.
Okay.
So I'll talk to you later. And
Yep.
thanks a
We'll
lot.
probably talk to you. Well, I say not Friday because I'm not going to be there. I just told you that.
Yeah, right.
But well, you guys have a good meeting on Friday. I'm looking forward to listening to the recording. Actually,
Yeah.
it looks like a fun topic with what Max Fleischer or something like that. It was.
Yeah.
So we'll see what it is. Space animations.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm going to sign off.
Yep.
Good night, pal.
You have a good week, Jack.
You too.
Thanks for signing on. Wow. Really off that far. It is. I think I'm going to do another 10-minute with this. Because that is so much better. Wow. I was off considerably. I should throw out that other one altogether. I'm going to do another 10. Oof. Oof, baby. Oh, that's pretty good centering. Let's take the gain, like what, 300 or so. This, I think. Yeah, let's do capture. I think I'm going to do 50. Sure. should do 151. Vegas finally visible. That's not there. It's coming up that way. Boy. No, it's going to be available. Try for 104. Do this one for a little while longer. 24 frames. That's kind of a crappy one. Um, 54. Hey, turn it off. I have to look at the instructions. Well, for those who are just tuning in, if there's anybody, This is M5. And I think I got the focus down. And this is without any filter on. Once this sequence finishes, which is about in 7 minutes or so, I'm gonna put in a Lumicon deep sky filter that I bought about 15 years ago. And we're gonna see how that works. So far tonight, the tracking is really good. Not having much problems whatsoever with that. Got a good focus this time around, which I didn't on the previous one. That's why I'm redoing this. And it should make for a really spectacular image. I'm getting good contrast and everything, so. But as usual, the temperatures are starting to go down and I'll freeze to death, I'm sure, soon enough. But because tomorrow night is supposed to be equally nice, I think I'm going to try to open it up again tomorrow. And if I'm thinking right, I might be able to just put everything in the back of my van without hauling it all over the place and keep everything. Might even put the telescope mount and put that away inside the garage instead. Just keep everything basically assembled so I don't have to haul out as much stuff. That might be an interesting experiment. And given the fact that, well, we don't need the vehicles as much, I could probably make room, pull the van forward or something. But looks like we're roughly 10 frames, 11 frames from finishing up. So those are all running about 25.1 seconds. I bet I'm talking to myself. Participants. I am the only participant. Okay. Nice tutorial though. Oh, well.
Okay, let's get this thing changed out. Okay.
Better quality picture anyway. Okay, this is with the Lumicon filter installed. I think I get a little better definition. And it looks like the stars surrounding that have got a little bit of a blue tint. Significantly changed the gain setting though. I think I had to bump that up a bit. I'm gonna write it all down though here. As usual. Okay. And this one started around 12:03. And so we got 29.3 seconds. Gain is equal to 415. Which I might try another session. And I've got, what is this, 50 frames. Gonna do, yeah. We'll do a second one of this just for comparison. And then we'll switch to and see if we can't get M104. I'm going to check the Sky Safari and see where we get. Starting to get cold. We don't run out of trees. Tracking pretty good. Oh. Arcturus. 58. That's about right. Oof. Awfully low. Stuff that's don't want clusters in. That was 63. That'd be cool. Yeah, it's gonna have to be. Still pretty low. But they're gonna be low. How are we doing? Well, let's try M63. Where did our tourists go? Spindle Galaxy. Oh. And 102. This is the night to do it. Hey, that's on the list. There's that. Northwest. Well, I could certainly try it. That would be fun. Oh, get to now. Oh, I gotta do that one. How do I find it? Oh, this. That's smack in the middle. That's the Milky Way right there. Oh, I think I could do it. Antares. Compass. That's Altair. Look. It's right in that spot. That'd be perfect. I think that's where we look. But how do we find it? Let's look for Antares. It'll be right close by. I'm gonna put this in here. How much we got left? 1228. Damn, that is just it's just tracking nicely. Got a good histogram. A bit heavy on the blue. Nothing dropped. Planetaries. And that'll be an emission nebula. That'll be perfect for this thing. Oh, it is starting to get a little cool though. But it's right over that tree line stuff there. That's 29-second. Ugh. Something made it jump. Yeah, I can see the color right there. I love you, 294. Good. It's just an artifact. And what do we have? ETA in about 7 minutes. A little cool, but nothing terrible. It's 12:30. It's not even that late. Howdy. No, I'm actually pretty good. I was thinking since tomorrow's supposed to be so nice as well, I might just pack everything into the van and put the telescope away itself.
What do you got on there?
This is the deep space camera.
No. What are you looking
Oh,
at?
object? That is Messier 5.
Messia?
Messier. It's the M5. And it's a.
Did Matt get to see some good stuff?
Unfortunately not. The alignment was giving me a lot of trouble. And naturally, he took off, and 2 minutes later, everything snapped into place, and I was looking at M5. Like,
What's that low on the horizon there between those two trees?
The star?
Yeah.
I,
Looks like a planet.
there are no planets out tonight. There are no planets and no moon. So the moonless night is kind of a nice thing. I'll show you what I'm going to go after this sequence gets done. Basically I'm running an experiment with both.
Really? Because it says it's Saturn.
Saturn is not out yet. Saturn. This is what I'm going to go for next. That. See? Where are
Yeah,
you?
I see you.
Have you got?
It says it's Saturn.
Jupiter and Saturn, they might be up there, but they're near the horizon, and there's too many trees and houses here. I mean, yeah, Jupiter and Saturn might be over there, but that's too high in the sky, and that's Antares there, which would probably make the one up there probably Sabic. But yeah, Saturn and Jupiter over there. On the right. Although that's Jupiter right there.
Well, that's what I said.
I didn't know where you pointed.
I said
that
the
thing.
star between those two trees.
Oh.
So there is a planet up.
There is a planet, yeah, but it's 12:30. Wow, that's
Cool.
Jupiter.
All right, well, it's cold. I'm going back in. Good night.
Yep.
Mwah.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Boy. I would really love to get a shot of Jupiter. Yeah, you might as well. Shit. Where did you come up from? What have I got? Man, I would love to get some. So close to this one, though. I don't want to fuck around. I'll have some time there. Yeah, I'm gonna get one of them. Looking in the wrong spot. I got enough. Stop the capture. Okay. So now we're gonna do a quick hunt. Let's turn up the gain. Turn down the exposures to maybe every 2 seconds. Okay. Oops. Colander 302. Stars. One 47,681. 147. Ugh. 147. 681. 1 4 1 4. Six. M80. Okay. Try that.
That's the spot. I think that's it. Yep. Okay, now. What do we got to do to make this puppy show up? Both there. I gotta get. Let's do it. Start capture number of frames. 30.
We're gonna have to be ready for a quick change. You know? I don't know what that thing is called. Can we please leave that up? I see 4604. I see 4604. plug on this one. It's just a bit much. Probably gonna need some Barlows too. This is not working. Okay. First of all, let's get back. Solar system. Exposure. You know what? Let's pull this thing out. Put in an eyepiece. Find this puppy. Center that baby. Deal with it from there.
Sharp cap. Come on. Alex mode. Okay, let's turn the gain down. Insane levels. 0. Exposed.
Barlow M. Pop the exposure up a pinch. Why is such a bitch to focus? Let's just get some capturing done. Uh, 3 minutes. Go. I'm probably only gonna get but I'm not getting any droppage. Bam. Okay. Stick this over. Okay. Come on. Get the fuck out of the way. We got Jupiter and Saturn tonight. Boy, boy, am I gonna be cold. Actually, not bad. It's been a little bit hard to focus, getting used to the new camera all in short order. Oh, stupid thing. Where it- It's with 51 equals 70. Do another one just for good measure. We'll move on to Saturn because we'll have to readjust for that. It'll probably be about the end of Jupiter anyway. And I'm going to have to bring all this in. I'm going to be packing this stuff up. Lumicon away. So I'm not sure if it helped or not. Let's see to a little bit. Nothing spectacular. That's camera condom. Ugh.
Okay. Unless some guy goes away. Go away, bug. That is so strange. Okay. Let's see, menu. Systems, Saturn. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look around for this one more time. Ooh. Little drift going on there. Okay.
Start capture. Yeah, sure. Ugh. Okay. Start. Save files, raw 16. It's still all wobbly. a good idea to check how much space I got here. And of course, I'm an idiot. Just looks bad. Let's try to get Jupiter one more time. Jupiter. Where's that? 142. Kyle peeking out. One of the moons is peeking out. One, maybe two more. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Back to Saturn because we can. Capture now. And I did it again. None of the Saturns are in the right category. I might get one more in. trees. But we can get one more in. This time we'll actually take care of the problem site. Let's do it now. Uh, 87. Tree. That one and that one. Circle. To clip their tree. I gotta get in though. We're losing it to a tree. So 33. Jupiter. That's a lot of. Okay, folks, signing off because we've lost it to a tree.